All right, welcome everyone. I call this meeting of the wait, that's the wrong one. What is today? September 10th, 2024 PCSSD board meeting to order. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll? Heather,
Sorry.
roll.
Apologies. I was just like, what's going on? Okay. That's why everybody's looking at me. Ward. Present. Thomas.
Present.
Tate. Present. Me. Potter.
Here.
Keller.
Present.
Delaney.
Here.
Full house.
Okay. Would y'all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh.
Well, okay. At this point, yes. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. So we're back with the school year has started and we're back with our student board reps. Who's introducing this one?
Tina.
All right, Ms.
I'm
Ward.
introducing him. His name is Chance Bradford. Not the rapper Chance, but Chance Bradford. He's a senior at Mills University Studies High School. He is the president of the Student Council. He is part of the EAST, that's the Education Accelerated by Service and Technology. He's part of a lot of different programs. And the FBLA, he's part of the debate team, computer science. He was a winner of the Ralph Devine speech competition. He also went on to Boys Nation. And we're just happy to have Chance. He'll be a celebrity, so look out for that name. Chance, anything else you want to tell him?
No, man, just that I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Thank you, Chance, and thank you, Ms. Ward. If you have anything that you want to say, anything interests you throughout this agenda, please speak up. You don't need to raise your hand here. You can just make yourself known, okay?
Thank you.
All right. One moment. So our next item of business is public comments. I have one public commenter, Mr. Thomas. I have a whole thing I usually read, but I'll just skip it for you.
Good evening, Board. As she's handing the handouts I have for you, I'll tell you first of all, I'm not a preacher, so I will be brief, and you can be reasonably assured that I will be. What I did was I took the liberty of going through local school districts in the area and did a comparison of salary schedules for security officers, particularly unarmed security officers, which that is what we are, and came up with a total amount and an average of those, both of which exceed our current, which is the one listed at the bottom, at $12.94 an hour. And that is for our base entry for security officer. I know most of you are aware of what happened last week in Georgia, and that's a thing that I pray every day that does not happen to us, but the reality of life is that it's happening every day. That was the 45th shooting in a school for the year of 2024, and we're just now in September. So that being said, our salary schedule for us, the $12.94, that's for a basic officer entering into our business. We're recruiting as best we can. It's difficult at best because most of the times when we confront them or do the explanation of what a new officer has coming for him besides benefits, when if they don't have any prior security experience, is the fact that they would be starting out at the base level of 1294, which most people, if they don't get up and walk out of the interview session, they turn it down after it's offered to them. So that's what we're facing in that respect. Also, retention is becoming a problem because there are districts that are close to us right now that are being armed, and they're paying up to $20 or more an hour, as you can see in the ones that I indicated here. So my thing is requesting or asking you to look at this our salary schedule, which is $12.94 right now. That's a level 6, I believe it is, and to ask that we have our officers' pay scale centered somewhere to where we're competitive with the other school districts in our area. And if you don't have any questions for me, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
We may have some kind of proposal related to security officers today, so thank you, Mr. Thomas. Okay. That brings us down to our first item, which is approval of the last meeting's minutes.
Motion.
First one is August 5th, 2024. I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Potter has made a motion to approve the August 5th, 2024 board meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Tate? Okay, I've got Tate for that on the second discussion. Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the 8/5/24 board meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The next set of minutes are August 13th, 2024. I'll take a motion on that.
Motion to approve.
Ms. Potter's made a motion to approve 8/13/24. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate made a motion on that. Discussion? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving 8/13/24 minutes, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. That brings us down to certified PPC presentation with Ms. Robinson.
Good evening, Board and Dr. McNulty. I don't have a presentation, but I would like to say that schools are running smoothly as we enter into this 24-25 school year, that we know that our teachers and our administrators, well, everyone in the school system is making sure that our children are being educated to the best of our ability. And I also want to just echo about the security, that I want to just thank the security officers for what they do in our buildings to help keep us safe in light of everything that is happening around the world. I too hope that that we will stay safe and make sure that we're educating our students in the best way. Also, PPC elections, the announcement will go out September 26th, and we will have those elections by the next board meeting in October. So we're slated to elect some new three positions that we will be having our elections on. So I just wanted to make you aware that, based on our policy, we have to have it by October. So that's it. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Robinson? I do. I have one, Ms. Robinson. So how many of your members are up for election this year?
3.
Okay. And are you on, it's 3-year terms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't remember your last meeting. It was I think it was either during the summer or before school started. Have y'all approved anything, voted on anything to send to the board since in the last few months?
No, we just talked about the proposed step 19, but we'll talk about that in the presentation.
All right, so we don't actually have any other
No.
proposals from
No,
PPC?
not yet, but we're working on some.
Well, I just wanted to
For
make
sure.
sure because.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, we're good.
okay, all right. Thank you. Next, we have classified PPC. Anyone? Okay. We've got a special action item here. Dr. McNulty and I moved this up. It's the Imagination Library Proposal, MOU. Our presenters on that are Dr. Bloodman and Senator Clark Tucker.
All right, good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. McNulty. Senator Tucker, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bloodman. Thank you, members. I really appreciate the opportunity, Dr. McNulty, to be here with y'all tonight just to talk for a couple minutes about the Imagination Library. I don't want to go into too many details. I could talk all night about it. I'll spare you that. Dolly Parton founded the Imagination Library originally in her hometown of Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Her dad was someone who was illiterate, but who she considered to be brilliant, and she created this program in order to help kids learn how to read. She says, I have to share this one little thing, she said that when the Bible says to honor thy father and thy mother, that means more than just to obey them. So she created this program to honor her father. And what it does is it provides one book per month, free of charge to the family, for children between their birth and their 5th birthday. She started it really to feel good about herself and promote literacy in her hometown. But what they found was when the program was introduced into families, that kids were asking to be read to much more often. They were found reading on their own much more often, and they grew the program. Adult literacy went up in places where the program was introduced because parents wanted to be able to read to their kids. Those kids grew older in Tennessee. They found that they were much more prepared for kindergarten. They found that they were much more on pace for literacy in 3rd grade. They were much less likely to be held back in school, so the program grew and grew. Arkansas was the 3rd state where every zip code in the state was eligible for the program. So we're very proud of that. The way the program is actually structured is there has to be what's called a nonprofit affiliate in every county. And that's where the Pulaski County Imagination Library comes in. We created that 501c3 to function as the affiliate for the Imagination Library here in Pulaski County. So the way that it sort of works more broad, before I get to that, let me just say, our job as an affiliate is we basically have 2 responsibilities. One is to enroll children, and the other is to raise the money to pay for their books. The way that it works in Tennessee and that we're working in Arkansas is that the state actually provides half the funds. Dolly says that she doesn't want to provide more than half because she wants the local affiliates to have skin in the game, so she thinks that will help with enrollment. The state of Arkansas has provided that 50% match for the last 5 years through a federal grant. In my legislator hat, I am working to make that sustainable on a perpetual basis moving forward. And just for what it's worth, I'll share, I've visited with the governor personally about the Imagination Library several times. Her office has been extremely supportive. I've met with Dr. Jacob Oliva, the Commissioner of Education, probably half a dozen times about the Imagination Library. Direct quote from him, I'm all in on the Imagination Library. Both sides of the aisle in the state legislature, we enjoy broad support from every aspect of the political spectrum, just for what that's worth. So I do believe we will have that 50% match moving forward. So our job on the local level is to try to raise half that money. Right now we have our enrollment is roughly 12,000 to 13,000 kids. We will deliver 150,000 books to kids in Pulaski County in 2024 alone. Just this summer, I'll mention, in the state of Arkansas, we delivered our 5 millionth book to kids. So we're really excited and proud about that. So in order to help raise that money locally, we have a number of local partners. We've worked to engage the 4 traditional public school districts in Pulaski County. We signed MOUs with all 4 back in 2018. And, COVID was a very understandable disruptor of that relationship for a couple of the school districts, including the Pulaski County Special School District, also Jacksonville North Pulaski. But I just, I want you all to know that the other school districts are on board and engaged with us. And we're working with Jacksonville North Pulaski really the same way that I'm here tonight. But Little Rock School District and North Little Rock are both fully on board. And what we want our partnership to encompass, and I'm about to land this plane, what we want our partnership to encompass is really we want help on both aspects of what we do. We want help to pay for the books and also on enrollment. And what we've done with the other school districts is y'all communicate to families who have kids in that birth to 5 age range all the time, especially during pre-K enrollment. But, you probably have families with kids in 5th and 6th and 8th grade with kids between that 0 to 5. And so we really want to partner with y'all on helping us get kids who live in the contiguous zone of PCSSD enrolled in the Imagination Library. And then we would be thrilled if y'all could help chip in financially as well. We modified the MOU that we had originally signed in 2018. What we did back then, and it was really new in Arkansas at that time, what we did back then for all the school districts is we took the number of kids who were enrolled in the district and eligible for the program and multiplied that by 2. And then it was the cost of the books for 1 year for that number of children. We've modified that. It's similar, but what we did instead was we took the average kindergarten enrollment over a 5-year period because we feel that's a very stable number. You take the average kindergarten enrollment over a 5-year period, you're not going to have a huge jump one way or another when you're taking that rolling average. And then we multiply that number by 2. And I'll just mention, there's other places in the state where they multiply that number by 5. And the theory beyond that is we have this number of kids enrolling in kindergarten in our school district. There's 5 years of kids who will ultimately enroll. So we'll take that number, we'll multiply it by 5, and we're not asking y'all to do that. We're just asking y'all to multiply that number by 2 only, and then it's on us to raise the rest of the money. We have about 2,500 kids who live in the zone for PCSSD who are enrolled in the program, and so we're just asking, to help kind of pay for those kids before they enroll. We view it as an investment, as a partnership. We do have Arkansas-based data now. The program has been in Arkansas long enough that, and I'm happy to hand some of this out. I don't probably need to hand all of it out, but an Imagination Library enrollee is 24% less likely to be held back in kindergarten, 28% less likely to be held back in 3rd grade, and the metrics, particularly for kids who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, on general knowledge, written language, oral communication, and math concepts are all higher for kids who are enrolled in the program. So, that's some of the thought process behind the partnership between the Pulaski County Imagination Library and the school district. So with that, I'll wrap up. I have these. So the amount, to put a dollar to it, that average enrollment over the last 5 years is 853 kids, times two, as I said, and then it's $26 per year. And I'll just mention, I meant to say this, the Dollywood Foundation, they negotiated rates with Penguin Press and with the U.S. Postal Service, so we get a really reduced rate. It's $26 per year, that's for 12 books. If you enroll at birth, it's $130 for 60 books over the course of your life in the program. The retail cost of those books are well over $1,000. So we have great rates on all of that. So 853 children times 2 times $26 is $44,356. That's what's in the MOU that sent Dr. Bloodman and Dr. McNulty. And happy to pass these, nice little graphics out if y'all want to take a look or answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Is the program income-based?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
And that-
for every child
Every child, and that's also a Dolly-specific rule, because if you ever heard the song "Coat of Many Colors," she didn't grow up with a lot of money in her family, and she didn't want this. She wanted everyone to get it. Ferdinand the Bull is one of the books that these kids get, and when you show up at kindergarten and the teacher says, "Who here has read Ferdinand the Bull?" She didn't want just some kids raising their hand. She wanted every kid in the class to raise their hand and it to be something that brings, the class together. And I'll say this, the first book you get, no matter when you enroll, is The Little Engine That Could. That's a Dolly decision. And the last book that you get at your 5th birthday is Getting Ready for Kindergarten. So other than that, the books selected are by an early childhood panel of experts, and it's the same book for that month of development everywhere in the country. If it's 2 years and 3 months, you get this book. If it's 3 years and 4 months, you get this book. And so that's the way the books are selected.
Is there a comparison with this program and the hippie program like they used to have? Or is hippie still going on?
Hippie still goes on. That's essentially a pre-K program in the home for 3 and 4-year-olds, and I'm a big believer in that. I don't know that there are books directly provided to kids as part of that program, and this is I'm a supporter personally of all forms of early childhood education, but in my experience, there's really no better bang for the buck than this program, because it's, as I said, it's $26 per year for a kid, and they're getting, 12 books for that, so it's really efficient from a cost standpoint. Yes, ma'am.
So every school district in Arkansas is doing this?
I think, so, let me clarify, the 4 in Pulaski County, I can speak for. Little Rock, North Little Rock are on board. I'm going in this exact same process with Jacksonville, North Pulaski. I expect them to be engaged. So that's 4 for 4 in Pulaski County. Statewide, I think there's about 70 or 75 school districts who have done this. But different counties, work differently with the school districts in their areas.
And each one pays their portion depending on how many students?
That's right, and there are different agreements. And so as I mentioned, I know there are some school districts who take that average kindergarten enrollment number and multiply it by 5. So they're essentially paying for all the kids for all 5 years of their involvement in the program that will ultimately enroll in that school district. So, that's kind of the high water mark. I'm sure there's others that have different agreements, but I don't know the terms of all of those.
So in the past, I have signed up kids for Dolly's program.
Great.
That were babies, right?
Yes.
So what's the difference between me signing up a child for it as a parent or an aunt or whatever versus the school district? What makes that different?
Functionally, there is no difference. We just want to get as many kids enrolled as possible. And again, I told you I could go all night, and I won't, but I'll tell you, some other strategies that we've had is we now have a partnership with the 2 biggest birthing hospitals in Little Rock, Baptist, and we're forming a partnership with UAMS. So we're going to have a registration site right there at the labor and delivery desk. So they get enrolled right there by the labor and delivery nurse. And, whether they're enrolled there by a parent, grandparent, friend, aunt, or uncle later, by the school district, really it doesn't matter. We just want to get these kids enrolled.
And they start receiving their books at what age?
It's as soon as birth. And
Right.
then
So, but we don't see them till 3K, 4K, 5-year-old kindergarten, which is when it ends, right? 5K?
At your 5th birthday, yes, ma'am.
So how do we reach the children with the books before they get to us for school?
So,
That's where I'm kind of,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 parts of the answer to that question. One is that y'all have families that y'all communicate with who have kids in that age range. And I think y'all will hit a lot of the kids who live in the geographic boundaries of PCSSD when you communicate out. But the reality is you're not going to hit 100% of them.
right.
And so the remainder, that's on us as a Pulaski County Imagination Library. And that's, for example, why we have these partnerships with the birthing hospitals. We have a partnership with CALS, Central Arkansas Library System. And it's our job just to get as many kids enrolled as possible, during the entire phase of the program, 0 to 5.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but we also have public libraries that some people do use, which, like I said, I signed up, I don't know, I'm kind of confused on our funding it versus it's out there in the public too, and it wouldn't cost us any money. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, so, okay, I think I see.
I'm trying to see how
Yeah.
we fund it if they're not even in our schools yet.
There's no direct relationship between the kids y'all sign up and the ones you pay for.
Right.
The relationship there is y'all are helping pay for the kids who eventually, at some point, will be enrolled in your school system, no matter how they got signed up.
And I think the chances of a parent knowing about the program and signing their child up is slimmer than the district taking a stance and saying, okay, we have X number of kids in our pre-K programs, we have X number of families that we're serving, let's send the books out to the kids. So I think there are greater benefits of us doing it as opposed to just leaving it to parents to say, okay, well, this option is available to you, why don't you sign your child up for it? Because ultimately they come to us, whether or not they come to us is we're helping to promote literacy.
And so are the books sent directly to their home? That's what you were saying about the shipping fees covered
Yes.
through the discount?
Yes.
They don't come to our district office and sign up or a website on the district page. This is technically through your learning program.
Yes, and that actually also was an unexpected part of the program, is the books arrive in the mail and you remember what it was like when you were a kid and you got some in the mail.
Well, we have
It's like Christmas
Scholastic,
morning.
so that's where I'm like, well, in school we do Scholastic books, so.
Yeah. So, I mean, and obviously the kids, once they're in school, they have books. And this is intended to cover that point until they enroll in kindergarten. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we have a lot of kids enrolled in the Imagination Library who aren't in school yet, because we want to get the kids between 0 and 12 months, the 1-year-olds, the 2-year-olds enrolled. And then, you know, y'all will be help paying for them, and once they enroll in your school district, they're more ready for pre-K, they're more ready for kindergarten, they're more ready to read, they're less likely to be held back in kindergarten or third grade or whatever the case may be.
And what have we done previously? I'm kind of confused on before, you said something about before COVID we had an agreement?
That's right.
And can you explain to me again what that was?
Yes, so the way we came up with the number, and I'm sorry, I don't know what, Dr. McNulty, you may remember. I don't remember what the exact number was. It was
Right, you
somewhere
had
in
a
the
number,
same
right.
range of this. But what we did was, we took the number of kids that were enrolled in the school district who were eligible for the program, so 3 and 4-year-olds essentially. And we multiplied that number by 2, and the theory we had was they probably have a sibling at home who eventually will be enrolled in the school district. So, again, that was brand new in the state at that time, and that was the best idea we could come up with at the time. The reason we have modified it, and I do think this makes more sense. So that number 843, that's the school district's average kindergarten enrollment over the last 5 years. So we know that about 853 kids are going to enroll in kindergarten in your school district next year, and then in the year after that, or somewhere in that range. And we want as many of those kids to be getting these books before they come to you as possible. And that's true whether they signed up through the school district, through a hospital, through the library, or whatever the case may be.
Ms. Smith, let me jump over to Mr. Thomas. He's been waiting.
Oh, I apologize.
I think what I can't get what I was going to say.
Okay.
Oh,
And let me just say that we did approve, September 10th, 2019, a renewal of this. Some of you weren't here, but it was in the consent agenda. So we have had a previous relationship with them. Sounds like the terms are different, but we've had we've had a relationship with them before. It's just not in our consent agenda this time. It's coming out of the consent agenda and being looked at.
okay, so then my next question would be, do you have numbers on the elected households that took in the books that you delivered through our funding from previous?
So we can't track that
So
individually.
that's not really a thing, okay.
We can't. What we can do is show you how many kids are enrolled in the geographic area covered by PCSSD, and that number is about 2,500 kids. And I don't have it on me, but I can send you a map divided by zip code in the county, and it's shaded by the percent enrollment. But we can't. And so, just for what it's worth, you know, we also, like the city of Little Rock, for example, has made a contribution, and they have the same question. It's a fair question. They have obligations to their constituents,
Right.
and they say, how do we know that our money is going to kids in Little Rock? And the answer is, we're only asking you for a small piece of the kids who live in PCSSD, and this is my answer to the city of Little Rock. We're like the cost of the kids who live in Little Rock is about $200,000 a year, and they gave us $70,000. So my answer is, I can't tell you specifically that your dollar is going to this kid that lives in Little Rock, but I can tell you we're spending a lot more on kids in Little Rock than you're giving us. And that's the same for LRSD and NLRSD, and it would be the case for PCSSD as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Others?
Yeah, just a couple, how is the 44 and change, how is that distributed? Is that one annual lump sum, or is that monthly?
It's monthly.
It's monthly?
Monthly?
So, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. From y'all, we would hope for that to be one annual payment. The way we pay that out is monthly. But
Mr. Tucker,
we'll
you
take
almost
it,
got
we will
thrown.
take it however we can get it.
I didn't mean 44 a month, I mean, with the 44 be broken down over time.
Oh, yeah, it's 44 total for the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not 44 a
So
month.
then, the only issue I have is, the second paragraph of part 4, terms of understanding.
Oh, it's just warming.
Sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Which would mean, not to suggest that Dolly and her partners would do that, but we could give you the 44 for the year, and then within 30 days, you could give a written cancellation of notice and keep all 44,000.
We can take that part out if you like. The reality is, we're going to pay for those kids no matter what. We never, and like I said, we can't track the money anyway, so it's not like we're ever going to say, hey, we're going to stop sending books to these kids. And I'm if you want, I'm happy to take out the termination.
Well, no,
provision.
I'm just one.
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah.
Then my last thing would be, as far as y'all's total budget overall, what percentage of dollar for donation actually goes to the books?
yours would be 100%. Because we have so many kids enrolled, we do have one part-time staff person,
Okay.
but we pay them out of money that we raise, separately. And I can't, even worst case scenario, if you just pool all the money together, I mean, what we pay our executive director is less than 10% of our overall annual budget. So it would be more than 90 cents on the dollar of every dollar that you give. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to traffic cop this, the previous MOUs, not that you're bound by them, they had that exact term in there previously as well. So that's not new, for 2024.
What's new is because it was slipped in the consent agenda, we didn't really hone down on it like we're hearing it right now, so that's the difference. As
I
far
don't
as,
know.
and then we getting an estimate of how many kids that are in our district, and I just feel like, that's just an estimate.
Well, I
How
can tell you the
many kids
exact.
are gonna receive a book. We got 3-year-old programs now. The kids are coming in our district early now. And, I mean, no pun to Dolly, but, we got 3-year-old programs now that the kids are coming to the school, so they're being introduced to the setting of sitting down and the teacher reading to them in class. I just have a problem with, if you're just gonna give out books, and if the parent is not prepared to read and take time with the child, what is, we just giving out books, we just sending books, and we don't have no direct address to send them to.
Just to respond to that last point.
Okay.
When you sign up, you give your home address. That's part of the registration process. And
But
then-
you're asking us to give you all names of people,
No,
of
no.
kids or families
No, ma'am.
within
They're
our
asking us
district.
to give the information to parents, to just educate them on the program so that they can take the time to sign up for themselves.
Exactly.
So we'll be working for Dolly. Okay,
No, we're working for the kids in our community.
okay. Since y'all won't answer my question.
What question do you want answered?
I'm done.
All right. Other questions for Senator Tucker or Dr. Bloodman?
One quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
The 44,000 and change, that would be due to you guys every year, right? So we're paying every year for 2 years of books. So if we, for some reason, ended this year 5, you said earlier, I guess I just answered my own question in my head, because you said earlier you guys are gonna keep sending the books regardless. Just out of curiosity, how do you guys handle, or how does Imagination Library handle, changes of address? Do they just forward the books?
It's just like any change of address. And what actually ends up happening a lot of times is the kid starts missing the book because the kids generally, of course there are exceptions, generally the kid loves getting the books. They move, and if their parents haven't gone into the system and changed their address, after a month or two they're like, where's my book? And the parents are like, oh gosh, I forgot to change the address, I'll go change the address. That's what typically happens.
And it's one book a month from the time they sign up until they're 5, right?
That's correct, yes ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, tactically, I've heard a lot of, I can't really read the room here. Senator Tucker, did I understand you to say that you would accept a modification of this that removes the term, whatever that clause was?
Yes, sir. That's really more for y'all than it is for us. And so we're not going anywhere, and we're going to do everything we can to provide these books to these kids no matter what.
Okay.
And I'm happy for that to come out.
So this is sections,
I'm okay with going off the track.
so you don't even, you would say you're okay leaving it in, right? I'm okay with leaving it in, and I would be in favor of approving it, but you need 4 votes here, so would it make a difference to anybody? Were they about to vote no if they didn't have that in there? Or All right, I'm just gonna make a motion to approve the MOU as written. We're gonna try that. Okay, I've made the motion to approve the MOU as written, no changes. Mr. Thomas has seconded. Other discussion or questions? All right, let's put this on the floor and see what happens. All in favor of approving the MOU as written, no changes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Opposed?
I have 2 opposed, Smith and Ward, and 5 for. That would put Tate, Delaney, Thomas, Keller, and Potter. There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Senator Tucker. You passed your bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
So comical.
Okay. Back on track. I think that's going to put us to reports. Yes. First report is our financial updates with Ms. Rowlett.
Good evening, board. I know I sent this to you all.
Oh, I do like a paper copy.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have it pulled up.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've got 2 extra sheets in here though, right? Okay. That wasn't in, you normally just send us the pie graph. But you've
Yes,
given us
but
2
I
extras.
remember, excuse me, I'm sorry. I remember last year, I think it was Ms. Potter thought it would be nice if we had a list of the other expenditures. So I just quickly, put together a little report of others, and as you'll see on your report, the year-to-date other expenditures is $9 million, so that's just what that is. I thought I'd put that together real quickly. But this is our final, revenue and expenditure report for our 23-24 fiscal year, and as you can see, our gross legal ending balance was $15.5 million. When you subtract out our categorical funds, our net legal balance was $14.8 million. You can see that we were over on all of our expenditures with the exceptions of our benefits. And you see in the blue column where it has a negative 2.1, we were able to move some benefits from operating to federal, so that helped us on the benefits some. So the net amount that we were over on our budget was $1.4 million. We were also over on our revenue as well. We were over $7 million on our revenue, so we did well. And the biggest of that was the tax collections. We were over 2.5 on tax collections, over what we budgeted. So overall, 104% over on the revenue. And as I said, I think it was last year, Ms. Part, I think, asked about the other expenditures, and I broke it down by the title of those expenditures, and I sorted it by the expenditure with the largest number. Now, that other tuition, the $2,019,000, that's our, what we have to pay for tuition for our students with disability, and that comes out of one of our funds too, but it's a restricted fund too. So, you all can look at that if you have, but like I said, the total of that is $9 million. Also, you can see, as usual, our biggest expenditures were salaries and benefits. If you look at that little chart there, that's about 80% of our expenditures. And, of course, our biggest revenue is tax. So that's just a summary of this. Do you all have any questions? And if there's anything else when I get ready to do my budget, any other these expenditures that you, thank you, Yolanda, that you all would like for me to break down, I can do that as well.
Honestly, I'm just impressed that you remembered that I said this, because I didn't even remember. So thank you for doing this. This is very helpful.
You're welcome, and I can send that digitally as well. But if you all want to, look at it and have questions for me when we come back to do the budget. I have sent Dr. McNulty just a preliminary thing, but we've had a lot going on, so we have not had a chance to meet to bring something to you. But I think we'll start going hot and heavy starting tomorrow on what I sent him.
When
Miss-
do you think we'd need to get together for that meeting?
Depends. I would say, can we tell them something by the end of this week, Dr. McNulty? That's
I think
when
we
we'll, huh?
Should be, but
Yeah.
our team doesn't come back till Thursday,
Okay,
so, and they may have other agenda, but we'll get a start tomorrow.
tomorrow, and then maybe next week sometimes
Yeah.
we'll let you know.
Ms. Rowlett?
Yes.
So, the one you just passed out is the final
For
for
23, yes, sir.
24.
Mm-hmm.
So, the projected legal fund balance, when we did this in September,
Mhm.
was
12.5.
12.5. So, in September, when we approved the budget, we projected with that budget an ending legal fund balance of about $12.5 million.
Yes, sir.
And this sheet indicates that we ended at 15.5?
Yes.
Okay. So roughly $3 million more than projected. Putting that out there.
Yes, yes.
okay.
And like I said, a big reason for that is the 2.17 that we were able to move from operating. I think I told you all last time, the state requires that the district spends a certain amount of its operating funds on SPED, maintenance of effort, and we were about 2 million over on that, and we were fortunate enough, and I got to get a huge shout out to my federal program budget managers. We were able to find expenditures that were allowable to move from Fund 2 to Fund 6. We moved it to Medicaid, and a big portion of that also goes to all the employees that they have to do certifications on that, and they have to say, yes, I was actually doing that, so we get paid for that. So it's like an indirect cost money, we get paid for that. So we had some money over there that we could utilize for that overage on the MOE. We were over about $2 million. Our expected MOE was 14 million, and I think we did about 14, I have to ask Belinda, but we were over 2 million, yeah.
So you're,
So that's the big portion of that. And then a part of this, of the current net legal balance was also, we had about $2 million in, for insurance when we had, damages to buildings. So we paid most of that except about 600,000. So that's part of that as well. But that's what you consider non-revenue because it's, they're paying you to repair your buildings and that sort of thing.
so we paid and then they're gonna give it back to us?
We've already expensed all of it out except about 600,000, I think. Yes.
But we haven't been reimbursed.
Excuse me?
We have not been reimbursed by the.
Yes, yes, we have, yeah.
Okay, and so you said we were over on expenditures by about 1
Yeah, 1.4.
So basically, we were over budget on expenditures by 1.4. And then and then on revenue, can you talk me through that again? How much additional?
Okay, so on the revenue, as you can see, on the taxes, we collected 2.5 more, 2,580,000 more than what we budgeted. You can see on the other state aid, we collected 647,000 more than what we budgeted. The local revenue is the 4 million. And part of that, as I stated, is 2.2 million of that was from the insurance collections. And we also sold some land, we sold some stuff for that. 1.5 of that was private contributions. 1 million and about 77,000 was interest. And then we had about 1 million revenue in lieu of taxes. And that is when they make deals with businesses and they said, for this year, you don't have to pay taxes, but we'll do this for you. So we had about 1 million in that and the private contribution. So that's why we were over on our revenue.
All right, and we'll get a second chance to go over this with you
Yeah,
at the
sure.
budget,
Sure, not a
budget
problem.
meeting.
Any
What,
more
did you just
questions?
say we sold land?
Land or vehicles or something. What did we sell for $44,000?
I didn't
remember
sign
the
off
number,
on
but it's something we
land.
sold. I'll get it for you.
I don't think
You
it
threw
was
that out there, and I'm like, wait, what?
It was something,
I don't think
sell
it
it
was
something.
land, yeah, it was, but we had to go through the board as a capital expenditure, a capital release.
Yeah. I just saw the number, sale of something. I don't know exactly what it was.
Okay.
I've looked at a lot of numbers in the past few weeks.
Okay.
I apologize.
Anyone else?
Anyone else?
Okay, you say we collected insurance payment?
Yeah, we had some buildings that had some damage.
College Station?
Mm-hmm.
So we got that 2.5?
It was not for College Station. I'll give you a breakdown. Who was it? College
It
Station?
was actually,
Marbella?
we got a little for College Station, but Maumelle, I think Mr. Johnson can speak to it, we got a whole new roof and basketball court.
Yes.
Okay,
So we've expensed all of it out except about 600,000. We got all of the money, but we still got about 600,000, left of the 2.5 that we collected for all of the locations. But I can send you all a breakdown for each location.
anyone else?
Anyone else?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowlett.
Okay.
We need a 5-minute break, Mr. Johnson, before we start your thing, so let's just take 5, put us on pause for the live stream, and we'll be right back. Bobby, Jimmy, you back there? Jasper? Okay, are we, okay, all right. Okay, we're back out of recess, and we're gonna get into our next report, which is construction updates with Mr. Johnson.
Board, good evening. Before I get started with my report, I'd like to start off by acknowledging the operations team as far as being able to work through the summer. In the first 3 weeks of school, making adjustments to our kids coming back and getting them exactly what they need to the best of our abilities as a district requires some people to go above and beyond at times. And I just really would like to acknowledge those folks and thank them for their hard work and dedication towards taking care of our kids. I would be remiss as their lead if I did not. So just for the record, I'd like to be able to acknowledge and thank our folks for executing on behalf of our kids. All right. With that being said, I'd like to start this report with the following. Talking about Mills High School, we're obligated by the federal court to have quarterly DSEG meeting, community meetings to update the community, Mills community, high community, as it relates to construction for Mills High School. We basically selected the dates for that and the times, and I'd like to share that with the board at this time frame. So October 10th at 6 p.m., that's a Thursday, we'll have that meeting. The 12th of December at 6 p.m., we'll have our last meeting for the year. Subsequently, at the end of the December timeframe, there's a report that goes in to the federal court that our attorneys basically present. And so I just want to make sure for the record, everyone's apprised of those dates and those times. All right. Then we'll jump into the updates. Mills High School has 3 phases to it. The classroom addition is scheduled to be done the 31st of July, 2025. The arena is scheduled to be done the 31st of August, 2025. The softball fields, the 11th of October, 24. The targeted dates are still solid. The construction crews are moving forthwith, trying to get these buildings and projects completed. As you guys arrive, you can see that the classroom addition to this building, the block work and the steel work is steadily ongoing. And in the midst of those guys putting that frame up for this building, you have plumbers and electricians that are wiring and moving with the speed of light to get that taken care of. The second floor concrete pad has been poured as well, and roof is being put on top of the building. They're trying to get that building in the dry as quickly as possible so they can work proficiently through the winter. So very pleased with the work that's taking place on the classroom addition. In regards to the arena, you still have block work going on, and this week we should start to receive the bulk of our steel. And steel erection should take place over the next few days as far as starting to build that structure for the arena. And it's coming along as designed and on time. The most impressive thing to see while they're going through this building process is the storm room and the storm shelter for the kids. There's a lot of rebar that's between the block work and concrete that's being put in to make sure our kids are safe in form of a tornado or that type of event. So very pleased with that scope of work that's going. At the girls softball field, you have the first dugout being completed along with steel work that started, and you see the framing of that up and the bones of that up as well. The concession stand is just about complete as far as the general construction piece. As far as the rough end goes, and they'll start doing the interior work for that in the restrooms. So we're on target as far as the construction pieces go, and that will conclude my construction updates at the moment. Any questions that I can answer for you?
I just got a question about College Station.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
we're not gonna go, forward with, the new model of College Station? We're just gonna repair that same old building?
Let me kind of go back with
Okay.
College Station. So in regards to College Station, the last time I stood before you guys and talked about College Station, we were in the discovery phase with the insurance company, figuring out what the exact cost was going to be if we had to basically restore Building 1, if you will. We did talk to Shannon Moore with the insurance department, and she did tentatively agree that we could use those funding sources from the damage that was done to that building towards the new building. I think we were still waiting to figure out what that final analysis building was gonna be. This past week, the disaster company went through and did some of the initial cuts to figure out the foundational pieces on behalf of the architects, so that we could get an understanding of what the structure of that building was gonna be, so they can finish their final design, which is what the insurance adjuster asked for payment. So we're still working through that process. I think we're probably 3 or 4 weeks, maybe 5 into that lead time as far as getting those designs. And once we get those designs and we can get pricing, I think that's what will determine what the insurance company will pay us or offer us for that building.
Okay, so we're not, repairing the old building?
Not
They're
at
just
this
going in and just checking things out?
No, ma'am, and that will come before the board long before we make that kind of a decision.
Okay.
You mean the approval of the insurance money?
Yes, I mean, any decision that we move forward with as far as the insurance money, that stuff will come before the board to make an informed decision as a team, as we always do. They're gonna, when they get done with the design, that the architects are basically writing up for them, they'll make an offer to us that basically says, okay, this is what it's gonna cost to rebuild that building. So either you have a choice, you can take that funding source and you can rebuild the building, or you can use it towards the new building that you're proposing to build.
Oh, and that will be the choice before the board?
That will be the choice before the board.
You may have said this, but when do you think that choice might come?
I'm thinking from a design standpoint, the design should be done in approximately 4 to 5 weeks.
So we know the dollar amount for that the insurance company's gonna pay?
The initially scoped, projected price was $2.5 million.
Okay.
So, were we just done talking about mills, or were we did we have any proposals for Robinson tonight?
We're gonna get in, that's coming
Okay,
right,
that's
that's
coming up.
literally coming next. It's just, before we switch into Robinson, I just wanna make sure everybody
Is
gets.
this the time I can jump on the air conditioner at Northwood?
You can do what, I'm sorry.
Can I bring that
Yeah,
up?
you can ask me
Okay.
about the air conditioner.
Okay, so, the air conditioning problem at Northwood, Sherwood, Sylvan Hills Middle School.
Yes, ma'am.
So, word through channels. Hello. Sorry, friend. So word is it's probably a failed system and probably not going to be salvageable, or what do we got?
All right, so
All right.
let's get into it, Ms. Smith. Thank you very much for the great question. If you guys remember, a little while back, we did an assessment of the district as far as HVAC concerns went. And we hired architect firm and a mechanical engineering firm to go through every building while we had the ESSER funding available to us. We came back with recommendations, and the total cost of that was to fix the air conditioning systems throughout the district was about $16 million. We said we couldn't really afford that at the time frame, even though we had those ESSER funds. So we elected to go back through, and we got state approval to spend $9.3 million to deal with the critical infrastructure as far as HVAC systems and fresh air components went. That didn't happen, even though we approved that process. Northwood campus, or the middle school, was part of that process, and we just never moved on it. The system, like I stated before, that building was a geothermal building that had earth built up around it, and when we removed the earth, the system was not strong enough to deal with that. Subsequently, when the boiler system went out in that building, we used a lower size boiler to put in that building to push water through our water loop in that building. It has been inefficient, and the system really needs to be replaced.
So it would be 16 million to do the whole district,
It was $16 million for the whole district. You guys,
and we need to spend 20, right, on something?
You're talking about Robinson, right?
No, he
What
said
do you-
16 million across the board to fix.
that was the whole district.
What was the 20 then?
HVAC, but I'm saying we needed to spend 20. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
from what I remember from 2 meetings ago.
And that was $20.
And again, we might be up closer to the 20 that we needed to spend. Okay, anyway, so, porticles, anything in the rooms to appease the staff and students?
Yeah,
From
the
exhaustion.
facilities team or the maintenance team has deployed some of those, not nearly enough to deal with that square footage. Team went out and looked at the space, and tried to make some recommendations, but the building is still undersized. And we'll do what we can to
So when I
help
say
support.
portico, what do you think of when I say portico?
When you say portico, I'm thinking you're talking about the room air conditioning units itself?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Not the big fan.
Not the big fans.
Okay,
You're
yeah.
talking
You know,
about,
because I had one in my salon, and I went to my friend's salon the other day, and she had 5 in hers, and I was like, oh, where did you get those? We need those. And so,
I think we have right now,
but one per classroom up and down that hallway would be efficient.
well, Ms. Smith, I think throughout the district, though, it's more air conditioning units that are out other than just the North Campus. And so we've got those units deployed across the district.
Do we own them? Or do
We
rent
own
them?
those units because we move them sometimes where they're needed.
I was hoping we owned some, so
Yes,
I'm glad to hear that. Do you have a number of how many porticles we own?
I would hate to speculate, but I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 20 to 25 of those
Right.
units. Just because we have air conditioning units that are older that break down and we have to use those.
And so if we have all of them deployed currently, if we were to look at ordering some more, because clearly this HVAC's not gonna go away next spring unless we get it fixed, we're gonna roll right back into next season with the same problem.
So I'll give you this. There are approximately 1,000 classrooms in the school district. You have some air conditioning units that are well past their life expectancy. Some of them are as old as 40 years old. Some of them are still the existing original equipment to the buildings. That's going to be tough. And without us basically saying we're going to commit $16 million at 2020 prices, it'll be tough to deal with that. And if you go back a little bit, 1999, when we did the CON report for the district to evaluate all the facilities, even then, that was a request during that time frame was to replace the HVAC systems across the district. Over time, we just have not kept up with that. Now, the last 2 years, we've been replacing chillers and units as quickly and as fast as we can, but there's only so much you can do at this pace.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that'll be a conversation we have to have at another meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on facilities generally? Okay, let's get into the specific presentation on Robinson.
Is it Dr. McNulty? Is that Russ? So,
Good evening. I don't know if you have our slides to present or if they're just looking at them.
I didn't put them up. You sent me the PDF. I just requested to see it beforehand. So,
Do we need, can we get IT to help get this on the slide?
Is this the sheet? We got this.
No, there's like a,
Oh.
there's like 15-page presentation.
Oh.
We don't need to shut the live stream off. Let's just just pause for a minute while Bobby gets it.
And so what's in it, we've looked at, well, 2 different things for Robinson. One, the softball, baseball, adding concessions, restrooms at those facilities. And then options that, James was here at the last meeting, sorry I couldn't be at that one, but back to that conversation of options on what to do at the high school. Okay, so here we go. And if you'll just go to the next slide. We looked at adding just a simple concessions restrooms building at the baseball field. Next slide, please. So this would be just a small concessions, ticket window, and then a couple of unisex restrooms there. And estimated cost for this was about $350 to $450, depending on how we outfitted it. Next slide, please. So this one, we also looked at adding the grandstands, and this would be at both the baseball and the softball. Those are about $100,000 each, those grandstands, and they're aluminum bleachers, but they have chair backs and a cover over them. Next slide shows that a little closer. It's about 90 seats, there in the grandstand. So the last option, if you go to the next slide, just go ahead and do 2 ahead, is if we added larger banks of restrooms, and those would be just to the north of the baseball there, kind of in between the sidewalk between baseball and softball. Next slide shows that, just gives you more fixtures, but with a larger cost. So, any questions on baseball, softball? Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
the original restroom was 2 unisex bathrooms,
Correct.
and one was with the more bathrooms and the grandstand was 500,000?
Just the larger restroom bank was 500.
The single building.
Without grandstands?
Yes, the grandstands are about $100,000 each, and that's just from the bleacher company, their cost.
Each meaning 90 seats?
At 90, it'd be $100,000 at baseball, $100,000 at softball.
The plumbing tie-ins, that includes the plumbing tie-ins, right? Like,
Correct,
get it
yes.
to the,
So when we did the middle school, we roughed in plumbing over to that location.
okay, all right.
And both those models also include a concession and a ticket stand?
Correct.
If you do the separate restroom, is that a stall, multi-sink?
It is. They were, if you flip back one slide,
And is it heated and cooled?
yes, so it's
Okay.
3 stalls in the women's and 1 stall and 2 urinals in the men's and 2 sinks in each.
So there's a door to the center, and that's like a closet?
That's just a little mechanical space for the
Yeah,
HVAC.
okay.
Maybe Mr. Johnson, or I don't know who would be able to answer this, but can anybody tell me about how many people generally attend the baseball games? Because I feel like when we vote on this, we need to know if we ended up going with the smaller option, if that's gonna be enough to support the crowds at the baseball games. I mean, if you have 300 people at a baseball game and only 2 bathrooms, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have accurate numbers as far as the attendance of those games. I do know that most of the athletic directors attempt to host state tournaments and big tournaments and events. The problem that we run into is that we've been using roughly about 5 to 7 porta potties in that space to get us through the season. To kind of give you an ideal, this probably would be a better situation for us, but the cost is still there, the cost. 1 or 2 would be problematic, at least in my opinion. This gets us closer to what the other high schools have by way of baseball fields and softball fields. So that's just a thought from me.
I can speak to numbers. I was at a couple of them, and actually we had to open up the middle school bathrooms to adjust for the crowd at the regional tournament, and then we had a special tournament. I think we had about 1,000 fans at the special tournament in the spring. So there's a lot of folks during those tournaments that come in and go, and we utilized the middle school bathrooms, and they were well used.
I just don't see how there's any way 2 bathrooms is gonna work.
Yeah, if I could, you said that you were running off of 5 to 7 porta potties. How backed up has that been for the games? Because if that's what you've been going off of with what you have here, it seems like it would be just about the same possible ratio that you're suffering with right now.
I don't think the porta potties, in my experience when I observed, are a desirable alternative, especially from some of our grandparents and our teammates who need to get to and from quickly. That's why we got a lot of use out of the middle school bathrooms, which have a lot more stalls. So I think that, we have to be judicious on making sure that when we build, we don't underbuild and then run into the same problems of opening up the middle school.
So would that restroom building be accessible to the softball as well?
Correct.
Does-
It's on that sidewalk that links the baseball
So
and
the girls
softball
have to walk
together.
further than the boys?
In this scheme, yes.
If we're gonna do it independently, it might need to be moved like,
We could look at moving it further. This is just where we have
I mean,
the
plumbing-wise, I don't know.
utilities
Yeah.
right now.
I mean, as a girl, just saying, you gotta go.
I agree.
Well, to me, any renovation we do at Robinson has to include this, and I agree that 2 bathrooms is like a waste. Why do that?
Yes.
I didn't bring my other glasses tonight, so I just.
I emailed it to everybody if you.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to move on to the continuing discussion of the high school. So if we'll move ahead in the slides. Next slide.
You're on page 8 right now, if anybody pulls it up on their computer.
So, as James and Mr. Johnson presented at the last meeting, we've gone through a few iterations of looking at how to accommodate the growing high school on this site. So we'll see a little bit of the options that I think were favored last time, and then maybe a new option that could also work. We'll let James go through these if you'll click through.
Oh, there it goes. All right, so I know in the last meeting, we went over a couple items that we knew we did not feel were applicable. One was just remodeling the existing high school, and so we've cut those out of this and just to talk about the ones that seem to be successful. And so this, you'll see that we start out with scheme D in this case, so we've cut those kind of front ones out. In scheme D, this discussion was adding the band building that was a storm shelter, as well as a classroom bar that would add additional classroom space in front of the existing high school. And I believe Ms. Tate brought that up before, talking about how are we getting more classrooms and how are we creating a better front to the street. So this would get you that, it would get you additional classrooms and get you that storm shelter for the high school. So putting those quick numbers together, and I know that's small font, but if you look at your emails, you'll kind of see where that cost comes in at. The classroom bar, we would have to see how much we could get with the money we have. I don't know if $13 million would get you all 3 kind of stories of classroom space. So that might have to be shelled out, at least partially. But it does get you kind of the new parking paved, as well as the full storm shelter band building that's requested, and that equals around $19.5 million. And I believe last time we discussed that right now we have around $23 total million left.
Let's go to the next scheme.
Let me ask you something about Scheme D real quick. This what you're calling D1, the 3-story classroom building, shell, 2nd, 3rd floor, and all that.
Right.
Can you, and I understand these aren't full, you haven't fully applied yourself to this,
Yes.
to the level that an architect would if they were handing it to a construction manager, but is, in your conceptualization of this, can you compare just the shell of it inside to the middle school? In terms of, is it polished concrete floors? How would somebody, if this was built out as you designed it here,
Correct.
understand the difference if they were in the middle school that we have now, the current one that y'all built, or
Recently.
and then this one, would it be, how different would it feel?
So in terms of shell space, so shell space means unfinished.
Yeah, well, okay, well,
So there's,
if it were, how, I understand it's difficult to compare.
Third floor would have no walls, no.
We'll take the first floor then.
partitions.
Compare the first floors of the 2 buildings.
First floors would
Be identical.
be identical, yeah.
Yeah, it would be the same finishes, kind of the the same level of finish as the middle school, so that you have that campus-wide feel, from one building to the next.
So essentially, it's almost a duplication of the middle school, except as a shell for the second and third
For
floor?
some of it, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So if somebody was just trying to quantify in their mind, what are they trying to give us here with D1?
Right.
That the idea would be to replicate, given the money constraints, the middle school in that building in front of the high school that we're
Yes,
talking about.
trying to get as much square footage as possible with the dollars, knowing that some of them would have to be finished out,
Yes.
in the future.
Yes.
Okay.
And as we discussed last time, the current high school, is undersized for the population that's existing there now. We went back and looked at those PRR numbers, which you requested, I believe, this last time. The existing high school can, according to the POR of the state, program of requirement, can hold approximately,
About 680 students.
and the current population is around, was it 893? Just
Right now, the high school,
Yeah,
about 935.
935. So the purpose of this D scheme was to create additional classroom space to be able to accommodate all of those students.
And
First, if you just had the first floor, how many students would fit in that first floor?
It would depend. So how the program requirement works is that for every certain amount of additional students, it'll add like 1 or 2 classrooms. That bar itself, I believe it holds up to 8 to 10 additional classrooms, I believe. I would have to put it into the actual spreadsheet for the program requirement to determine the total quantity. But the goal would be that those 3 floors would help us get to 1,200 students overall, once they're all finished out. With that plus
But
the
you don't really know whether the 13 million is enough money to finish the second and third or not.
It
correct.
is, in today's construction dollars, it's for sure not enough money to finish all floors. We would just push to try to get as much finished as possible.
Yeah, that would be the goal.
I mean, like the way the driven is, where it's finished on the walls and on the floors, but it's open.
It could 100% be that,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
well, so if we opened it as you're thinking, with maybe only the first floor open, worst case scenario, would it be like the Champion Center didn't have an elevator in it? There were certain things that were missing that some might say are critical components. Some people that work for the city, for example, might even say that was required. Okay, so would it even be would it even be legal for children to even go to the second and third floor as it was finished in this situation?
If it was finished to the level that the indoor practice area is, yes.
Okay.
All right, next slide. All right, one of the other options was to build just the performing arts portion and the band building / storm shelter. That would equate to roughly 21.5 million. This does not give you those additional classroom capacity, but it does give you that performing arts space that is equivalent to Mills, Sylvan Hills, Maumelle, as well as that new band building, storm shelter.
Equivalent. So how many students would it fit in this conception?
Additional students, not many. They're only.
No.
a
I mean,
few-
how many people could you put in the performing arts center?
many
The
seats?
How many
capacity.
seats? In this scheme, I believe it is around 850, and I think Mills is somewhere around 760, 770, lower. And then Sylvan's around 999, and I can't remember Maumelle. I think it's more than that.
It's like 1,200 or
1,200,
something.
yeah. But the finish and the quality of those 3 performing arts spaces would be the same as this one.
So you think on a scheme E that, given the fact that they're different sizes, 1,200 versus 999 versus 760 or whatever, if somebody adjusted in their mind for that,
Yes.
they as it's shown to us here, that performing arts center would feel about the same as the other performing arts centers?
Yes, as far as quality of
Quality,
space.
okay.
Yes. And again, these numbers are all roughly based off of kind of the last pricing scheme that we did for trying to outfit the whole school.
The last pricing scheme after the inflation really took hold?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Less than a year ago,
Yeah.
roughly.
And then we ramped those up to today's.
So you adjusted again a little bit, but,
Yes, a little bit.
but it was like a fudge factor more than
Yes.
a,
Wasn't as big of an adjustment as the last few years,
Okay.
but yes.
you used some judgment to,
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Now there's a food service component in this building too, right? And how many people would that hold?
So this would be, so if you see the large portion, the E1, that it has the performing arts that connects to the dining room area, so it would expand the dining to be able to accommodate, square footage wise, the 1,200 students required by POR.
1,200 at one time?
No. So how the POR is phrased, if you put in each allotment of students, it will give you a square footage of required space for dining. So that is meeting that square footage requirement of the state.
So what's your allotment that you put in?
It divides your population in half, so
Yeah.
your dining space.
So it'd be like 2 lunch periods, right?
So 600 kids could.
So it assumes essentially a 2 lunch period arrangement, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
All right.
Okay, we'll go to the next scheme. So this is the newest, the one that we've looked at. We had some working sessions with Mr. Johnson and Mr. McNulty, and the question was asked, could the high school fit into the new middle school? And short answer, yes, with an addition that you see there on the middle school, labeled as
F1.
F1, I need glasses. Basically, we would have to add science rooms. There's no science rooms in the middle school, because they're not required. This would be an addition. When we did the middle school, the middle school was designed to hold 700 at the time, but to grow to 1,000. So the single-use spaces like the cafeteria and media center and all those were sized for 1,000 already. So it has all of the classroom space really needed minus the science room. So that addition is a 3-story onto the 3-story classroom addition. We prepared the site for that addition when we did the building. And if you'll notice at the end of the middle school, there's a ribbon of windows. That's the corridor that would come out, and the new addition would go right there.
So that was designed to bolt on, essentially. You could bolt on something to it.
Correct. It was designed for more classroom space. I'm gonna continue with the rest of the scheme.
So if we did that, in this case, the high school would move into that new middle school, which could accommodate, is it 1,200 students. So that would have the capacity to hold up to 1,200 students, and then the current middle school size would go to the existing high school. In this scheme, also, you can see that the total is 23 million. The thought is that we could build that F3, which would be an auditorium space that could hold up to 775 seats. Attach that to the existing gym that is there at the front of the site, and then refinish and remodel that space to be a new band choir building. And so it would be directly connected to the auditorium space. Also very close to the field, which the band would much appreciate.
So in this, since you're modifying the middle school, you don't need to build a storm shelter? Is that?
That is correct. So there's an existing storm shelter in that middle school. So this is a little ambiguous. So since we are swapping those and we're doing an addition to the school that has a storm shelter already, then that is kind of where it is.
Okay, so
And this one's part of really a larger scheme that would need to happen in time. If we go to the next slide, explains that a little more, is that following as quickly as possible after this, we would hope that the old middle school would be torn down to build the new middle school, which is a smaller size than building a new high school. And then as soon as that was done, the existing high school, which is for sure reached the end of its life, could be demolished.
So if we move to the next slide. So then it would look like that. So that gives you the extra capacity for parking for football games. And if you've been out there for the football games, you'll see cars parked all up and down.
And for the
Highway 10.
performing arts, that would be right up there in the front now. So I think if you go one more slide,
That'll tell you
so
that.
that's big picture, multi-year scheme of getting all new facilities there at Robinson. Total 64 million today's dollars. Still one of the more inexpensive schemes that we have looked at here.
Yes.
So your E1, which is the Performing Arts Center under the Scheme E, was 15 million. And then the auditorium, F3, right, is less expensive, and it would hold less people, right?
Correct.
So,
Because it also doesn't have a dining portion
Right.
addition added to it as well.
but now qualify for me how that because you called it an auditorium, and I heard you say auditorium, but,
But it would be, it would be a performing arts space.
okay,
Not to the same quality as the other three schools.
okay, so F3, under Plan F, they would get a Performing Arts Center, but it would not be as nice as E.
Wouldn't be as big.
Big.
Still be as nice, same quality.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it would be a smaller.
So then it would be closer to Mills's size.
Yes.
But still Mills's quality.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, but you would hold
Just a
about
smaller
90
seat count.
90 people less
Yeah.
if you built that one.
Correct.
The basketball arena that was built with the middle school back in 2016, 17, whatever, is that, as it's built, able to host high school games, or is it?
Technically, yes. It is a high school sized court, which is
84 feet.
just not used by high schools now.
Okay.
High schools now want a 94 size.
So to your knowledge, there's no reason the high school couldn't play in that
That is
arena?
correct,
There's
but
no reason they couldn't play in it. Yes.
You sound funny when you're
Well,
saying
when
this. What's the catch?
When we were given the program for that back in 15, we were instructed to make it an 84-foot court so that the high school wouldn't want to come use it, and so that was the reason.
Okay,
yeah.
but it could be changed.
It could be changed. So we've looked at what it would take. So really, the change is you need a little more run out. If you converted the middle school to the high school, we would probably want to do that, which is bump out that end wall. You don't have to do the full height. It really just needs to be run out space. But it could be done.
Well, but right now the high school has a gym built into the old high school, right? And that's where they play their games.
Correct.
So as part of an F plan, you would need to do something like that, right? Because you're demolishing the high school at some point. You need to do
Yes.
something
Yes.
for basketball,
Yeah,
right?
I think you would want to do that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
If you didn't want to add a whole new basketball arena, then yes, that would be the best solution for sure.
So I'm confused, because the rumor is that it's 3 feet too short, but you're saying it's not 3 feet too short. They could play there.
It's an 84-foot court, which is high school regulation size, but the high school now just,
So why do you have
Because
to bump
everyone
out
has
the
done
wall
it.
then? I'm confused.
because if you wanted to make it a 94-foot court, you would need the extra space.
So 94-foot court is the NCAA
That's what's preferred.
regulation.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's the NCAA regulation,
But
not
the
high school
is
regulation.
only 84.
That is correct.
Does that have some impact on the ability to host tournaments there or anything? If
They just like to have
Just if it's someone's preference.
college size arena.
But they still could
Oh,
have
yeah.
tournaments
Still
and
play
things
AAA.
there.
Yes.
okay. We're at the end, right?
That's all we have this time.
Yes.
Okay. So what was removed out of here was scheme A and B, those were the $10 million options, and then scheme C, which was to renovate the high school, the old high school, which I think the consensus on that was it really wasn't feasible because you didn't have anywhere to put the kids.
It's very difficult to renovate that school. I mean, you're talking about a phased renovation with construction going on in the building that you're occupying for at least 3 years. So it would be a very, I think, painful thing for your students and your faculty.
Okay, so scheme F is the one we have here that contemplates grade relocation.
It does.
But grade relocation couldn't happen under scheme F until F1 was built? Is that what I heard you say?
Correct. You would need the science rooms added for it to become a high school.
So F1 would need to be built before it would be able to be a high school. How long, so what are we thinking there? Like, that would take probably a couple of years to build that piece?
No, it's probably a 14-month kind of thing, so it could be, it would for sure happen while you still have students in the building, whether it's still the middle school or you go ahead and switch them and it's the high school, and you do science some other way for that school year.
Okay. Yeah, they could put science somewhere else, I guess, and still.
There are a couple of big, in the middle school, on the second and third floor, there's a double classroom kind of in the center with glass on both sides. Those could be, temporary science labs if needed.
Now, F5 is the new middle school, the new middle school, the middle school that's contemplated to be given to the middle schoolers at the end of all of this.
Correct.
So how, can you qualify for me how that building would feel to families compared to for 6 through 8 families compared to the middle school they have now?
I think they would be very similar quality. I mean, we would want them to be cohesive and everything on campus be, equitable and the same. Okay, so under this scenario, if it was followed and, there were not problems or whatever, the idea here is that they would be put somewhere else temporarily, which would be the old high school, which would feel like a downgrade. Yes.
It's subjective, but I think it's fair to say it would be a downgrade for them. And then with the end goal of them getting into this F5, which would feel like their current arrangement.
Yes, brand new school.
Now, would it have a tornado shelter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would.
What
Most likely the same kind of gym configuration that the middle school currently has, kind of a competition gym and then a practice gym that is the storm shelter.
Right now, don't they have an arena?
That's what I was calling the competition.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
But there's an arena somewhere inside of this F5?
Yes,
Yes.
roughly that big square at the bottom,
Okay.
if you're looking at that.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, and then the smaller rectangle behind it would be the storm shelter / practice gym.
Okay. Okay, and that one would probably take more like 2 to 3 years to build?
It's probably more like a 24-month kind of process
Okay.
for that.
And I understand these are not your promises to keep, it's
Right.
more like the
No,
construction
yes.
company, the
Yeah.
district has a part to play in that or whatever, so.
We just did a very similar addition, like the one on the middle school there, at another school, almost exactly the same. And they finished it in 13 months.
So in this F scheme, you have 3.5 million for renovating the existing gym. So if they utilized the gym for the middle school, I don't know if that scheduling would be an issue. It would, right?
There'd be opportunities to work around.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't need to do that then, right?
So the renovation on this scheme of the existing gym that's out there by the Highway 10, is that the one you're speaking to?
Well, you have unless I misunderstood, for this scheme F, you have the 8.5 for the new science rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have 3.5 for the renovating the existing gym, which I assumed was the high school gym.
No, that is turning the gym that's out there by the road on Highway 10 that's standalone connecting it to performing arts and making it the band, choir, and then like the scene shop, the other things that the Performing Arts Center needed.
Oh, I see.
Just a good way to get more of the space we needed for the high school, economically, because the building's there already, just repurposing it.
So the basketball for the high school wouldn't be changed then?
Yeah.
Well, there is a basketball court in the existing high school, and that's the one they use for
Yeah, but I
competition,
know they
actually.
complain about
Yeah.
the bathrooms
Right.
and there's not
Right.
enough seating and that
Correct.
sort of thing, yeah. So
Okay, so,
it's a reasonable complaint, yeah.
did you have more, Dr. Tate?
No, sorry.
So, the band room under an F2 arrangement where they redo the gym, the old middle school gym, how is that gonna feel to, what, it's gonna have the proper sound?
Yeah, I don't think you'll even know it's the same building. We would reskin it, give it a
Okay.
new look to blend with the rest of the campus, and then the inside would be completely different use.
All new mechanical systems, all like insulation meeting the current energy codes, things like that.
Okay, so, and how many band students do you think that something like this might hold?
That's larger than the planned storm shelter band, so I think it could satisfy the band for a high school up to 1,200 plus the choir plus possibly the scene shop is what we're trying to do for auditorium.
Okay. In this arrangement, how soon would it even get, is there a sequence that needs to happen before you can start renovating F2?
Not on that piece, since it's kind of standalone off by itself. It could happen at any time.
So, but if there's construction going on next to it, would it limit the band's ability to use it, or what, you know?
Well, I think you need to renovate it before the band could use it as a band space.
Well, yeah, well, I guess I'm talking about F2, and then F3 is the bolt-on, right? Like because F3 is the Performing Arts Center, right?
Yeah, we were thinking that those would happen simultaneously.
Okay, so
That
you
work
wouldn't open
together.
F2 to the band before you had F3 done, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And F2 and F3 would probably take, how long do you think it would take to,
That's probably a 16 to 20 month.
okay,
Auditorium, just performing arts spaces take longer.
okay. Well, but you just said, I thought you just said that the band room wouldn't really be usable till the Performing Arts Center was done?
Most likely, because they're tied together, they're gonna be, kind of one construction site.
Okay, so then F3 would take how long to do?
I want to go back to back those slides up and we can get to the
F3's
numbers.
I was speaking to the whole chunk.
Oh, to the whole
Yeah,
chunk, okay.
The whole chunk.
Enough to know in general what
Yes.
the construction times will be. The performing arts part of that is definitely driving that time frame.
And a time frame on if the district decided to move forward with just the bathrooms part of the baseball field, how long did you think that would take?
So we talked to a contractor, and they said if they were released tonight, they could have it done by February 1st.
So like 6 to 9 month type
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah,
if that project was ever approved.
yeah. I also talked, just out of curiosity, to a modular restroom builder that does sports fields, and theirs are quicker, but they're back ordered for a year right now, so it wouldn't be any faster in the long run.
Okay. All right, we've got them here. If there's anything else that we need to know, it's good to ask now. We can try to get them answers after, but when they're here, it's best. It's on record and everything. Not to hold you guys accountable,
No,
but
we understand.
just to be able to say, go watch the video.
Yeah.
They answered the question.
Yep.
All right. Is there anything, Dr. Miller?
I'm good.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chesterfield, we're gonna get you in here. So this is gonna be come on, Dr. Williams, if you you as well. We're gonna get our classified PPC presentation and perhaps a proposal.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're gonna do all that. Good evening, board.
Evening.
Sorry about being late, but we had to get a lot of students home this afternoon. They come first. And, I got a phone call, so I said, I guess I better put my clothes on and get on out of here, get on out there. What I have in my hand is some figures that Dr. Will came up with. And she's gonna, well, first of all, the PPC committee met, it was last month.
Last week, yes.
Yeah, last week. And the reason why we met, because security was having problems trying to hire individuals. They would interview, and then when they get down to talk about how much money, they say how much money, and then they just get up and leave.
Mr. Chesterfield, would you mind pulling your mask down?
I'm
It's difficult for me to hear you.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna stand to the side so you'll feel safe, okay?
No, I'm safe. Okay, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay. Like I was saying, the classified PPC committee met, and the security was concerned about they couldn't hire people. And I asked the question, well, how much an hour? I believe the head of security said $12 and some cents. And I said, I wouldn't wait for that either. That's what I said. We talked about a few other things, but I got some, Dr. Williams have some figures here. And some proposals that she want to bring to the board. And it makes a lot of sense to me, these figures that she got here. So I'm going to move to the side and let Dr. Williams explain this to y'all. Dr. Williams.
Yes. As Mr. Chesterfield said, PPC met and talked about two separate things. The first thing kind of preceded that particular meeting, but I want to speak to the forefront discussion at that meeting, which was security personnel and trying to look at what our current hourly salary is for those persons. And I do have something I want to share with you. Let me just do that right quick.
I like your little sweater, with the monogram on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have two, on that particular, I should have taken this one as well, but on that particular document, it's looking at where our security currently is. The building level security, they're currently on a range 6, which yields a beginning salary of $12.94 an hour. What we did was, as the gentleman came earlier, Mr. Thomas, they looked at some local schools in the area to see how much non-commissioned officers were working for in other districts. And so we kind of came up with a balance of about $17 when looking at the multiple districts for non-commissioned officers. And as he said, commissioned officers, those carrying a weapon, are paid a little bit more. But looking at that, we have currently 47 positions available. And we do have some vacancies still. At the point of that meeting, we had 13, so we've been graced with getting some people in. But the problem was often, and even throughout the year, keeping people at that rate. Because if they come in at that rate, they find something better, they give us their notice or not, and then they go on to that new position. So this would be looking at moving them to range 17. I'm sorry, not range 17, range 13, 15, and 17,
And the reason it's three different ranges is because they have three levels of hourly personnel. You have the 9-month security, then you have the lead officers that oversee the different feeders, and then you have a safety and security specialist. And so to keep those amounts in line with the way that they were spaced on the front end of the schedule, that caused that jump to those other areas. And so to do that, it would cost based on where people are currently sitting now on the salary schedule. Because of course, everyone's not on step one. So to take them from where they are now to move them so that when other people come in line, they're not making more than people currently sitting in the seat now, that would be a cost of $501.05. I'm sorry, $501,005.86. I can't, oh, here they are, my glasses. I worked with Ms. Rolette in coming up with how these would work out, as well as Kim White in my department on the classified information. And so that would be the cost involved to bring our security officers up to a more comparable pay with other districts in the area. Any questions regarding that document?
Comparable to the officers that
don't carry a gun.
So
to carry a gun, we would have to try to bump them up to $21. That's what surrounding districts are paying their commissioned officers. Non-commissions are getting around 17.
Do we have armed officers?
No, we do
Oh,
not.
okay.
That's,
So I'm like, we don't
that's
have a
why we're
number
looking
there.
at the 17, yes, ma'am.
Well, so Dr. Williams, I agree with you that, well, first of all, let me back up and say, what's been voted on in PPC right now? Do we have, is there a proposal today
Yes, this is it.
to the 13, 15, and 17
Yeah,
proposal?
that would put them at 17. Moving them to range 13 would make a person coming in with no experience at $17.
Yes, okay.
And what this sheet is just showing you people we currently have in place. And it's probably, and I would have to yield to the security department. We have on those vacancies kind of them at an average of 10 years experience. I don't think they have people often coming in that high just by virtue of the conversation earlier with people choosing not to take the position based on the level of pay. But, so that may not be quite that high, looking at those 7 vacant positions. But giving you real-time dollars on where people currently are gives you a better picture of, what we'd actually be spending. We can't, give a definite on the vacancies because we don't know what level of experience they'll come in with, and that's why we do like an average.
So we're moving this because we're having trouble recruiting new officers.
Yes.
But the method that we're doing is by just moving the range, right?
Right, because if we move the range, that will put the range for people walking in the door to start at $17.
Right, but the bulk of the cost of this is going to come from the raises that come for the people that are already here, right? Because of the,
Many of which are,
Yeah.
on that front end as well.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
there's maybe 4 people on here that are under step 10 on the sheet that you gave.
Talking about years of experience.
Yeah, there's a 3, a 6, a 9, and I think on the last page, well, there's an 11, so
Okay, wait a minute, let me make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at.
what you handed out to us, like, employee 2, 3, or 3, 4, and 5 have 3, 6, and 9 for steps right now, like, that's their experience, right?
Yeah, years of experience, yes.
Right, and so, but by moving the range, everybody at every step gets essentially a almost similar percentage increase, right?
because if we don't, say you come in, you're already making $17 an hour and you've been here, because you start out at $12.94. So you've worked for several years and you get up to 17, and then someone with no experience walks in the door and they start out at 17.
Yeah, that will feel bad, right? I mean, it will feel, it will feel as if you're not being treated fairly, right?
I would imagine.
I am in agreement that our classified staff, particularly security guards, we need to look at that salary schedule. I've said that for pretty much since I got on the board. I see the turnover. My son is in school at Maumelle, so I know what goes on. He tells me. There's no doubt that this needs to be fixed, but I'm a little hesitant tonight to approve something like this because this is the first time I'm seeing it. It's not on our agenda as a proposal. So I would need more time to study this. I want to look at where, for the people who've been here longer, like where their salaries compare to surrounding districts. Because I think ultimately what we need is to be competitive at every level with at least districts in Pulaski County. And maybe even Faulkner County and Saline County, because I feel like they're probably our biggest competitors when it comes to staff. And maybe even Jacksonville, but I think their pay may be a little lower. But anyway, I say that to say I definitely agree that security guards and classified staff salary schedules need to be looked at for some much needed improvements, but I need more time to look over this.
Absolutely. And if you look at the, just to kind of get a feel of it, so when you look at, just say, number 3, they are currently at $13.88. This would be giving them a little over $4 of a raise.
I don't necessarily at this point have a problem with giving people raises.
Oh, no, I understand. I was just trying to kind of just show how it lays out.
I just want to see what other districts in our area are doing, because I don't want it to be lopsided on either end. I don't want it to be so, I want to make sure that we're fairly compensating our classified staff regardless of what range they're at, and how many years of experience they have. So if they can go to, let's say, I don't know this for sure because I don't know how much Little Rock pays, but let's say someone coming in with no experience as a security guard in Little Rock can make $17 an hour.
Yes.
Okay. So right now we're paying them $13. It would be difficult to get someone in here. I recognize that. But if someone has 20 years of experience and we're paying, I don't know, $30 an hour, but just for the sake of argument, and Little Rock is paying $25, then we're, based on the comparison with Little Rock, we're overpaying, and we're, it seems like it could be a little lopsided. So I want it to be competitive from every single perspective.
Right.
All across the board. So I'm definitely interested in this and seeing what I could support, but this is the first time I have seen this, so I can't support this tonight. It needs more study for me.
Okay.
So, I'm concerned just because I think there's a problem here. There is. I know there is, because you know, I think until about range 20, or step 20 on a lot, and not just security, we're talking bus drivers, bus aides, and not just transportation, you know, registrars, tutors, et cetera. Essentially, the entire classified salary schedule, I think, with some exceptions for some places, like maybe registered nurses and things, which I found was more competitive. But for the most part, I found essentially we need to give quite a few people at step one, like a 30% raise to essentially become competitive with surrounding districts. So, but my concern is that the solution of just moving ranges around, we wouldn't have enough money to fix every single problem by just looking at the ranges.
No.
So I'm concerned about the precedent that it sets, that we're just gonna find a new column that fits on the classified salary schedule for everybody, because I think we'll run out of money.
Yeah. No, yeah, this was, just in this particular situation, excuse me, because we were looking at, as she said, what is being paid throughout the area and trying to get in a place where we're comparable. But the other sheet I have, is looking at that step information again, and like you said, there are areas, like we have, Ms. Rolette and I were looking at some things today, we have pockets where we don't have people on a step at all, and some things that we need to look at recapping. And so the other piece of what I wanted to discuss, you know, we talked about, initially you requested some information on certified, that PPC is looking over, and some different ways of looking at it. And in that course, we also looked at classified and what it would look like with them, and kind of looking at that a little more deeply. The front end of our salary schedule, specifically ranges 1 through 7, are extremely low. They kind of balance out once you get past there. And so we looked at, which we kept, I don't know where she is, but we kept punching in numbers today, trying to even see what, you said a 30%, we were looking at, even with this number that we have here, a 2% was still costing, what did we have? It's right at, 340,000, just to add 2% to those first 7 ranges. And so we agree that the whole scale needs to be looked at, but we also wanted to address the fact that we are really suffering in terms of getting people in on those front end jobs, which are going to be your para positions, your bus drivers, your registrars, your secretaries, those different intercessory positions. Those all fall in 1 to 7, and they are our very lowest, in $11 range, for people coming in at the bottom. And so this second document, which I'll share with you as well for you to look at your leisure, is kind of where we were looking at that as well. So these were items that we wanted to not necessarily get a vote tonight, but we needed to present it to you so you could look at it, see what we've kind of been, you know, tinkering around with in terms of trying to find a range where we can still, you know, not break the bank, as it were, because we're still looking at the budget and still seeing that, you know, hopefully in time we'll be able to do something more substantive than just these.
Well, range 13 is pretty substantive, I would say. You know, if we went to that, it's just that
to
I'm
go
just
from-
concerned
yeah.
that we can't range. Plus, you know, give everybody, you know, just pick a column on the range and say, this feels appropriate, because we'll just run out of money.
Yeah, 17, like I said, yeah, it was just the one that was where we were with other people in the area to make sure that we could at least get people in the door.
Because it sounds like you found it's pretty, because when you started looking around, you saw it was pretty bad. I mean,
Yeah.
this thing you gave us should tell us everything right here, right? There's 3 people on a step below 10, right? That should tell you that, you know, we're not really we don't have a good balance between early and late.
They won't come, and then, you know, we're getting to a place where our people who've been here the longest, they can't stay forever. So, you know, they're starting to get to a place where they're, you know, retiring out. And so, of course, you're gonna, you know, hope to get an influx of younger applicants.
Would you agree that, so right now we're on step 6 for security guards, right?
Mhm.
At step, range 6 for security guards.
Range 6, $12.94 is step 1.
And you surveyed districts, would you agree that as you get closer to the end, so step 26 is the end of our classified salary schedule, it gets better, right?
Range 26 is the end. Yeah, it gets
Step
better.
26,
Like,
yeah.
you have a person, if you look on the second page, there's a person who's, oh, bless you.
Thank you.
26 years of experience. That person, I don't know who it is, but they're at $31.56. But that's at 26 years, which that's where it stops. So they could have been here longer than that, but 26 years. And so once you get to that point, once you get in the 20s, you know, that's when it gets there. But that, of course, is with this amount. So if you're looking at that first column, this person, range 6, 26 years, that's $24.81. That's with just the security who's in the building every day. That other person I pointed out was a lead person. But a person in the building every day on a range 6, after 26 years of service, is at $24.81. Where in most of the areas around here for non-commission, they're like 17, 18. When they get to the commission, then they jump into 2021.
So we have a proposal from PPC. This was passed to do the 13, 15, what I'm gonna call the 13, 15, 17, because 15 is for lead security officers and what's?
No, yes.
15, range
13 is
15
in
for
the
lead
building.
and 17 for the administrative sergeant?
The one, that one
Okay.
position. So you're looking at 45, 4, 1.
Okay. But we have a proposal. It was passed out of classified to move those 3 positions to respectively to 13, 15, 17.
Yes.
Board, we do have to take some kind of action on this by the end of the next meeting, regular meeting. There's really only been 2 people talking, so does anyone have thoughts on what they want to do about this proposal?
I mean, I really think it's kind of a immediate need, it seems to me, especially to get new people in. I don't know if there's a possibility of, like, at what level would you say we become competitive, you know? Is it possible to parse it off for the proposal, so at least we get that, up to 17, you know?
And that's what the 13 is. That's 17. That is the person, if they walked in, day
But
one.
then everybody gets bumped, right?
Mhm.
That's what I'm wondering, if it's possible to get, you know, the first 5 years bumped without getting everybody bumped, just, you know,
Just
not.
like the teachers.
Yeah, so that it's not quite as much money, but yet we become competitive. Thoughts on that?
I mean, the question is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Is it something that, we want to do? That would be a board decision.
How many, security, officers are we short right now?
7.
7? Okay.
And if on that, the one that I passed out, so right now, we are allocated for 46, and we have 7 vacancies. It's on that second page, it has it listed. And then those are building level security.
So we heard the story about they walk out the door when it's $12.94, when they hear $12.94 an hour, right? What is, and we have this proposal, which gets us to the top of the, comparatively of the districts you found for the starting
It
range, right?
puts us either at the same or under. Like some are 18, the others are like 17. I think they found one non-commissioned that was 20. I have that information, I don't have it down here with me. So that puts us in the playing field. You know,
I've got Little Rock at $17.46 for their first year. So
non-commissioned, yes.
right, and
Mhm.
so
So we would still be a little bit under them.
So would you say that this was picked essentially to bring us right to the top, right? Of the competitive to the,
It would, yeah, it would put us in the range. I mean, there are some that, it would make us almost competitive with Little Rock. We're still shy of what Little Rock offers.
so we're $12.94 now, and this puts us up to almost, this puts us to $7.10? $17.10?
I think $17.03, I think it
Okay.
is.
You say Little Rock was 17?
$17.46.
Oh, okay, I was looking at this year, it had.
That's not accurate,
Which one isn't accurate?
the one that we were handed out.
Okay, so,
That's what I was looking at, that's
Yeah.
why I said that.
yeah. What's the number that we think we could put it to where they won't walk away? Because there's something in between 12 and 17. I mean, like,
I just based on what security has shared and just looking around the districts, I mean, if they can walk next door to Little Rock and, you know, we're already under Little Rock even at 17, so if they can drive a few, you know, streets over, you know, we're still kind of, but we're hoping, which Little Rock, I'm sure, has wonderful benefits as well, but we have wonderful benefits. We have loving environments where our people come and work and stay 29 years like me, you know. So we're hoping some of those other pieces, you know, make a difference for people, because a lot of people stay here even though the pay isn't what they would like it to be, but they have community here. And so we're hoping that those things will help give us a little nudge on that. But, you know, of course, if you can go somewhere else and make more money and you're trying to support a household, you know, those are some of the decisions you have to make. And so we're just trying to put ourselves in a better position where we're able to at least get them to the table.
okay. All right. Well, so we got accept, reject, what?
It's just a question off of, it has nothing to do so much with the ranges, but with do we really have, we got 3 out of 4 lead security officers that make less money than some of the people they supervise?
It's very possible if they haven't been.
How does that work?
If they haven't been, you know, because we work with experience in our district. So, you know, that's where they fall experience-wise, unfortunately. That's the case. Now, their range, they start out in a different space, you know, as far as they start on an 8 currently instead of a 6. So it works out that way. Their hourly is more, but then when you kind of do the math, you know, but we're based on experience in our classified area, so it's just, you know.
So has,
And it's that way, it has been in the past, not now. But some years ago, that's when we went through a change with salary schedules in the certified side, because there was a point where we had teachers making more than their principals. So.
is there a shortage of them across the board at all districts? Are we the only district that has a hole? Like, is Little Rock actually full even though they pay more? Like, that's, you know, that's, I mean, not, I'm just gonna put this out there, pharmacist, right? Pharmacist got to a point where you go to your pharmacy to pick up your medicine at 2 PM, and the pharmacy at Walgreens was closed because they didn't have a pharmacist. Now, they get paid great. There's a reason. So, is Little Rock full on security? Or is that
I
just
tell you right at
floating?
this
'cause we don't-
moment.
Right, so
Whether they
there's
are
shortages
full.
in lots of positions. And it
and-
may not be our funding, it may just be in
Well.
general. Nobody wants to be a security guard in a public school.
Well, when
which
they
sucks,
come,
But,
that's what they're sharing with us, that $12.94 is not enough to work for.
it's starting, but
Yeah.
slow.
And I think a lot of it has to do with, even though it's above minimum wage, you know, when you go to several places in the community and can go in and work and get a job for $15, just doing, you know, things, at certain stores or certain restaurants, you know, and then you're coming and dealing with a situation where, you know, you're dealing with the most precious things we have and trying to make sure that they're safe and secure, you know, it does kind of make a difference.
If I
Well,
could
and
just-
it's also, the pay's not really commensurate with what we're asking them to do.
Right.
Yes.
We're asking them to come in and then become very specialized in verbal de-escalation, reading people's body language, having to learn juvenile law, policies, what you can and can't do, the way, how can I safely secure people while they're fighting and cussing me, and we're asking them a lot, and we definitely need to adjust the pay.
I mean, I just want to speak anecdotally. I think that Dr. Williams and Mr. Keller Lieutenant Keller is bringing up is that, you know, it's a specialized position. It's a position that we utilize for de-escalation 99% of the time. You know, we aren't competitive because anecdotally we've had people leave and just go and get a position in Little Rock. Now, you have to be cautious because it's not a high number. I mean, but it's enough that we took notice. You know, and then the other thing, and this is something that the board will need to consider, is that when the Learns Act came in, you know, we bumped everybody up to 50,000 and gave everybody 2,000. The reality was that I might have been a teacher with a master's degree and 8 years experience, and now I'm making $2,000 to $4,000 more than someone who just came in to the job. Because what happened was the salary schedule flat. And, you know, that first 2,000 is nice, but we want to hold on to people. And I think the aging element of our security staff is a concern. We certainly know we pay well upwards, but everybody retires. So those are things that the board needs to contextualize in their process and decision making.
Can I comment?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't really have all the information as far as like the ratio of how many people transfer, how many people leave the job. But just from a student point of view, I look around and whenever there's a state of controversy, for example, I see most people look towards the teachers than the security. So just to like really focus on like how important the job is, the fact that we have such the lack, which is to me noticeable. I don't know, maybe I pay attention a little bit more than my peers, but I noticed that the faces that I see around as our security aren't really as familiar as they used to be. I guess I just want to agree with you very heavily about the importance of the position from a student point of view, because it does matter a lot, even just having, you know, seeing somebody who's dedicated to that position, seeing somebody who's been here for a while. And I think with the not inconsistent, but with us not being as competitive, you know, I don't really see any type of solution to the issue outside of us, you know, getting up to that competitive range that you were talking about. But that's just what I wanted to add.
I think too, when we don't pay a lot, we don't attract the best candidates. So we tend to get people who need a job versus people who want a job. So we gotta fix this, and we gotta fix it as quickly as we can without making just a strictly emotional decision. I think we can probably all agree that it needs to be addressed. I just don't know that I'm ready to address it right now, just because we just got this paperwork.
Dr. McNulty, do you feel comfortable that we can afford this?
Well, that's always the question, right? Just before we're looking at the budget. You know, I would like to see what happens this next week and look at the budget process. I think we have to be committed to a change, though. at least something that we can, A, manage financially, and B, bring people in and hold on to them. So that wasn't like a great answer. That was like my political science answer.
Does that wait till next week?
Well, I'm feeling like, once, we'll have a good idea by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week where we are.
So formally speaking, we have options in front of us to accept the proposal from PPC, reject the proposal from PPC, send it back to PPC, or table it until the next meeting. Those are the four things that we can do with it today. So,
We table it.
Second.
okay, so table it, and would you want it to be the special or the regular? Regular, okay.
Regular. Well,
We will have the budget note one way or the, I mean, in the next meeting.
No,
We say,
he and I,
regular, if we bring it to the special, that's fine.
okay, all right, so your motion would be to put it on the regular, but if he and I meet together and decide to show it to y'all at the special, you're fine with that? Okay. So table until no later than the regular meeting, which is the 8th of October? Okay, so that's the motion to table this proposal from classified. Is there a second?
Potter second.
yeah.
Potter second.
Potter seconded, okay, all right, sorry. Okay. Discussion, does anyone feel very strongly about doing it now? I just want to give you that chance to say that.
No, I would just make sure that you please let your people know that we are taking it serious and that we do appreciate them. And like the young man said, I think it probably goes without saying too often that those security guys, they know all the kids' names. They don't just know the kids' names that are in their classes. They don't just know the kids' names that are in trouble. They know all the kids. And they squash a lot of problems before they escalate because they keep up with everybody. And they're hearing stuff that happened over the weekend, and then they're mentoring kids on Monday morning. Our security staff does a stellar job.
Agreed. They know what's going on.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table to table this until the regular meeting. And a second, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of tabling this proposal to the October meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right.
Okay, I have one more thing I need to pass out.
Was there another classified proposal?
Yes, and I mentioned it about the 1 through 7, and so I know you all are gonna wanna look at this. And so the first page is just adding the 26 to the bottom. The second page is, putting that, extra. As I mentioned earlier, we looked at, when we talked about, I guess, the last couple of months or so, about looking at proposing an additional step. And so the first sheet has the 26th step, and then the second sheet has funding in ranges 1 through 7, which are those areas that I kind of mentioned earlier, the bus drivers, the aides, the secretaries, the registrars, all of those persons. Looking at that cost out is a 2% on ranges 1 through 7. Once you get past 8, we're more competitive on that end. But that first group of ranges are the ones where we were at this initial looking at. Of course, again, we do want to, once we are fiscally able, to look at something across the board. But that was just looking at trying to take that same funding, and like I said, it is a little bit over. Take that same funding that we were looking at for 26, to try to see if we could engage that front end of the schedule so that we could attract more viable candidates for those positions. Because like, I don't know if Dr. Warren is still in here, but she has a similar tale of people leaving an interview after being told the fee, the hourly rate. So that is the other piece that was brought through PPC.
Just to clarify, so you handed us two sheets. One talks about step 27. It doesn't have a step 27 on it.
It's step 26, not 27, I'm sorry.
Doesn't it go to 26 now?
Is that the one we? Okay, we didn't add it on that one, okay. I'll email you an updated one with 27 on it.
Just so the board understands what it's looking at, that's supposed to have a 27th step.
On the first
Okay.
sheet.
And then the second step is just,
It's not doing the 27.
but you tried to more or less keep the cost about the same, but show us what a raise would look like into the existing one.
1 through 7.
So step 2 forgets about step 27
Yes.
entirely.
Yes.
And then does a 2% raise across the board for
1 through 7.
1 through 7, and then a 1%.
No.
Okay.
1 through 7. We did several versions of this. We did a 1% tapering off, we did a 0.5, and it kept hitting us about 500,000, 600,000. But then we kind of looked again at where that marked need is in the salary schedule. And not to say that the other areas don't deserve more, but these areas are the lowest. They are ranging under $12 coming in. And so we wanted to kind of look at those. I think the first step is like 144. I'm sorry, 1144.
Yeah.
And so, so that was where we were looking at trying to at least boost those front ends up some, because those are the ones where we're having the most difficulty getting people in.
Did either of these pass PPC?
Yes, that was what we were talking about there, about the 27, and then also a piece where we could look at also kind of moving it into the schedule and not just at the bottom.
I guess what I mean is are these proposals now?
Yes.
So they received a majority vote?
Yes.
Each page received a majority vote?
Well, what they did, we didn't have the exact page. What we voted on was doing that process and looking at where we could put the money to bring the people in on the front end. And so that has been shared with the board, with the PPC president. But the process and the numbers that we were looking at, that was discussed at the meeting.
And voted on?
Mm-hmm.
So it's come to the board as a proposal?
Yes.
And was this all started as part of that process with adding the 18th step onto
Yes.
So this actually has a relationship to the stuff we're going to talk about in a minute, in the sense that it spawned it.
In part, yes.
Okay, so now we have two other proposals to address in some fashion. Does everyone understand what they're looking at there with respect to the two sheets? Okay.
I think I heard
Step
enough.
27 is
I will
just-
send you an updated version.
Okay, I'm just, so that amount of money is just if you add 3% to the step 27, is that what means?
No, the 3% is benefits. But what did you do the 17 on? It was 3, okay. And then the benefits is also that
Okay, so
0.3.
that's 222,000, just adding that extra step.
Adding the 17,
And
the
then on
26.
the other one, it's giving everybody a 3% raise?
No. Okay, so the
Up to
second
step
page
7?
is 1 through 7,
1 through
a
7.
2%.
Oh, 2%. Yes, so across the board at the top?
Just 1 through 7.
8 match, that one, 7
Oh, I
is where they're
see.
different.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I was going down this way, going, that doesn't make sense, but it was, yeah.
okay.
I wasn't paying that, apparently that close of attention.
So the second sheet,
Okay.
1 through 7, 2%. The first sheet, which I'm going to resend to you before I leave tonight, will have the 27 on it. And that was done Ms. Rolette clarified for me at a 3%. And those are current employees right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, we have these proposals, we have to do the same thing with them that the others. Do we want to table this as well, since we tabled the other one, or do we want to delve into this one? Because I'm not leading the question here, I just want to know what we want to do here.
Personally, it probably need to be tabled, because, I mean, we just asked Dr. McNulty about money for the other one, so
Okay.
why would we put ourselves in a bad position? When we
Yeah.
already know this, we look at the money right now.
We don't know the money.
You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, Mr. Thomas has made a motion to table
I think
both of
we need to
those.
get the money to them, but I don't feel comfortable doing that when we already know about the money right now.
Okay,
We already in the negative. No.
all right, so Mr. Thomas has made the motion to table. Did you second, Ms. Potter?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's two proposals, we're going to be tabling them both, Proposal 1 and 2, Proposal 27 and Proposal 2%.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to table both of those as well, all
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, all in favor of tabling those two proposals to the October meeting, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Wow, okay. I think you have to come back, Dr. Williams, right? So our next item is going to be the allocations. I think once we get through this one, it'll go faster, but,
I think I set my paper back down when I went to get something else, but, this is the page 2 that we've, have looked at, in the past. It's, 2 things you asked for. I think we ended on, again, we were trying to give PPC an opportunity to look at the information. They did meet. Ms. Robinson has given her report already.
she's gone, right? No, she's there.
Oh, yes, she's given her report already, and she said that PPC would be getting back, with the board regarding next steps with that. And so, then we also have the allocations piece that,
Okay,
was approved, I think in
Previously.
May
Yeah.
by them,
so
by PPC.
we tabled that. So it's still a thing, okay? That did pass PPC in May or whenever, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, but we don't have anything on not that they have to do it, but we don't have any proposals on a step 18, right? Not yet.
On a step 19.
Sorry,
we-
sir, correct.
We didn't take any, action on that, simply, and our rationale was, we didn't feel comfortable giving a step 19, oh, I would love it, but everyone else, all teachers, that, to me, that's not fair.
And-
That we should be looking at across the board, and so we didn't take any action on what was brought to us. We just said we wanted to really wait until after the budget meeting and to look at, money-wise, to see what we really could do and not just really piecemeal something together at that point. Even if we took the proposed step 9, I think that's shown in there, was $850, just putting it across the board. But we just really wanted to wait till after the budget meeting to really look at numbers, to really have a better determination on how we could proceed.
Okay, so there's a story to the no action, and
Yes.
that's essentially,
Exploring
didn't-
other ways of.
it wasn't a preferred thing for the committee to do that, Okay, all right. Okay,
And, I'll just leave, never mind.
okay.
Can we bring up the original proposal that we tabled, or?
Yes, you can act on this proposal from May if you wish.
Is this the quality of life proposal?
This is the one with, I think so, I don't remember. I mean-
Okay, what it is the, allocation page 2, that has the, split of duties of the, I forgot the title.
Oh, I'm
What is
I'm
the old
tracking
name?
now.
Yeah.
The,
tracking
educational accountability position that, splitting that into 4 separate parcels. And, it also holds, a requested increase for the Director of Human Resources and the Director of Fine Arts. So those were also on that page too.
Okay.
So those are the pieces that are on that one, and that should be, in the packet.
Yeah.
It's that page with the highlighting.
This is a hamster wheel we've been on for quite a while. I believe I remember that I thought you liked this.
I did. I like it.
You want to make a motion?
I'd love to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Keller has made a motion to approve. At one time, Dr. Williams, we called the certified allocation change number 2.
It should be page 2. I think when we split them out, we did multiple pages.
So this, if you even remember, was sheet number 2.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to adopt sheet number 2, and I'll second. Mr. Keller made the motion, and I'll second it. Discussion. We're back to the discussion of 2.
I think it makes sense the way they said it. I think it's a nice idea to give everybody a raise as well, but right now, I don't think that's in the cards, and so to hold this up for another month just doesn't seem right to me.
This one is actually, if you accept the logic of this proposal, it's not a cost increase, it's a cost decrease. So if somebody says, if this passes, let's just say, if somebody says, why did they do this and table the others? Because this is, as presented to us, is a reduction in costs. Is that fair to say, Dr. Williams,
If that position were filled, yes, sir.
If you delete the
Yes.
Director of Accountability
Special projects.
and don't fill it,
Mm-hmm.
that savings nets out against the increases that this proposal creates, to where you save essentially $78,000, like maybe $50-some thousand after you factor it all in,
Yes, sir.
roughly. Okay. Does anybody have anything to say about this? Did I do something wrong? What?
No.
We lost somebody.
That happens sometimes. Okay. All right. Let's run it. All in favor of adopting certified allocation sheet number 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. No.
Okay. I have the 2 noes as Potter and Smith, and the 4 yeses as Delaney, Keller, Thomas, and Potter.
No.
No, sorry, Tate. Tate is yes, Potter no, Smith no, everyone else yes, Ms. Ward is not here. That passes.
She has left the building.
4-2, allocation sheet adopted. Thank you, Dr. Williams. All right. We did the construction information. Concrete ramp with Mr. Johnson.
Good evening once again, Board. We passed out to you guys what was missing earlier was a schematic drawing for an ADA compliant ramp at the 9th grade building on Robinson's campus. When we started the renovation process for bringing the 9th graders to this building, we were not compliant with ADA as it pertained to that building. And so plant planning brought it to my attention because we were doing ADA ramp assessments across the district, and we needed to get this in place. So I had them reach out to the architect group. They drew a design for us, and the maintenance group put it out for pricing with a tips vendor, and I'm bringing that pricing to you guys for approval.
So we're not in compliance, is what I'm hearing.
We're not.
A motion we approve.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve. Is there only one bid?
It's TIPS vendor because of the.
TIPS vendor, Rivers, okay, so it's the River City bid?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve the bid, and the second was paid. Okay, discussion? If not, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the River City bid for the concrete ramp, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. There you go, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, IXL for grades 11 and 12. Ms. Cosin, Dr. Luttrell, and Dr. Blevin.
You stuck with just me.
Okay, we'll take it.
So good evening again, board. I'm coming this evening to ask for approval of the district purchasing IXL for 11-12 for CTE. Last month, we did IXL for all of our tested areas. So we're asking for approval for IXL for our CTE ACT work keys exam. So this is basically opportunities for our students to get practice on skills that would assist them with completing the work keys exam. The great news about this request is it's being funded through the Perkins grant as well as through federal programs.
Okay. Questions or a motion?
Said grant.
What did you say?
Funded through a grant.
Perkins and federal programs.
Motion was approved.
All right, Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve the IXL. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. Okay. Questions before we run this one? All right,
Thank you.
I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the IXL for 11, it's 11 and 12, right?
Yes, sir.
11 and 12,
For
say aye.
CTE.
CTE, okay.
CTE, yes.
Opposed? All right. You're going to stay with us for the next one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, IXL Professional Development.
So in alignment with the CTE 11-12 IXL, we're asking for professional development for our teachers to onboard this new program. And again, it's funded through federal programs, so it doesn't impact our operations budget.
Okay.
Just a couple dollars too much to put it in the consent, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take a motion on this.
Motion.
Dr. Tate has made a motion to approve the IXL Professional Development. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. Questions or discussion? All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the IXL Professional Development, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Last one.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last one, Empower Ed School Solutions. Okay. Ms. Cole. Go ahead.
Okay, I come before you to ask for an approval for the Empower Ed. I'm gonna use that project to provide professional development at Landmark Elementary, Robinson Middle School, and Chenal Elementary. That's to replace the Solutions Tree project that we've been doing for the past 2 years.
Okay, so this is to replace Solution Tree, that's, okay.
Yes.
Questions for Ms. Cole?
Is this a federal funded?
Yes, mandatory.
Okay. All right. Motion, anyone?
Motion.
Dr. Tate's made a motion to approve Empower Ed. Is there a second? Okay. Mr. Thomas has seconded. Questions or discussion on Empower Ed? All right. I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the Empower Ed, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us down to comments from the board. We do need a budget meeting. I don't know when it will be. I try to keep our meetings on Monday and Tuesday, which would mean that the 30th, which is the last day to approve a budget, is an option if you believe in the Monday-Tuesday framework. Otherwise, that puts it into the 23rd and 24th. Is there anybody that feels really strongly one way or the other about those days? Some of it's gonna be driven by Ms. Rowlett and the availability of the budget, but to the extent that we had a preference, did anyone have something really wrong with 23, 24, or 30?
Of September, we're talking?
Yes.
I won't be here that week.
The 23? So you could make the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. This is just informational, we're not gonna, but the 30th, can anyone not make the 30th if we absolutely had to do the 30th? Okay, just good information. That's all I have. All right, comments from the superintendent?
First off, I want to thank everybody for a really great start to the school year. We had, I think, some traffic issues that were supported by our partners in Pulaski County Sheriff's Department, and even though we still have congestion, it's safe and the cars are moving. So I want to say thank you out there on the Robinson campuses. I also want to thank Mel Police Department over this last week and yesterday. They have been outstanding in their response to some difficulties we've had in social media communication. And I can't say enough for our professional staff who showed up every day and was able to work the process. A little bit about what Mr. Johnson mentioned, just to kind of clarify, because it does seem like a long time ago we had a pandemic. And yeah, I'm just seeing some nods. It did happen. When originally the American Recovery Act was put out, there was a directive that we could not use it for benefits or for anything towards our staff, whether that was long-term or short-term. However, that quickly changed, and what we thought we couldn't do, we were able to do, and we had a number of our local districts decide to give cash sums for performance being during the pandemic and also being with us during the pandemic. And I saw, I think Ms. Rowlett just jumped in. I don't remember the number, but like 7 million seems to pop into my head that we paid out. And so that did affect what we had hoped to do with HVAC based on the context. But we were able to do with the Mills Middle School, which is the worst HVAC situation we had because we had two different operation systems. And then finally, and I mentioned to Ms. Smith, I was out at the Sylvan Hills Middle, and I didn't see any small air conditioners. Mr. Hutchins and I walked through it, not to say there weren't, but one of the things, and I did meet Mr. Moore, who is head of HVAC, who is a very knowledgeable gentleman, and we just hired a new HVAC person, which should help, and there are certain things we can do, but Mr. Johnson is right, we have an older system, and the older system is made worse when we remove the dirt, because it was designed actually as a thermal design that would bring the temperature down with the dirt around it. By removing the dirt, it now overtaxes a system that is 40 years old. So that is certainly something that we're going to have to address sooner than later. Outside of that, I want to thank everyone for being here and appreciate your attendance.
Okay. You want to take a break or just, we're not going to have a grievance hearing tonight. There's no waiver hearing, right? Ms. Richards, Dr. Williams, no? They're shaking their head no. We have a settlement agreement we need to approve. That has to be done in open session. We take up the settlement agreement and then do an executive session, or break now and then come back and do the settlement agreement?
Let's roll.
Let's roll? Okay. All right, so we have on our agenda a special ed settlement that we need to approve. Who can present on the special ed?
Just Cole can.
We can't talk about much, but I just
get the background, right?
yeah. So without using student information.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna have a sped settlement, and I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion on it just to get it tabled up. I move to approve sped settlement H2445. There a second?
Second.
Okay, So we've got the motion on the table. Now, will you just explain to us in general terms as best you can? Because our lawyers recommended it, right? Start there,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay.
We believe that at this time, that, our proposal and agreement in terms that we've worked out with our attorney and with the parents and their attorney, that by settling, it would be the most cost-effective, decision at this time.
Okay. And so what happened is that there was a complaint filed against us at the department, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
And, but
So,
we worked it out with the parent and her counsel and our counsel, and everybody was in agreement that this is the best thing for the student, the district, everybody,
yes, sir.
instead of proceeding through that whole process.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Questions that can be answered? Okay. I'm going to put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the SPED settlement, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. Okay, I left one thing out. The consent agenda, we need to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll take a motion on that. Mr. Thomas has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. I'm going to put us into executive session, or try to. Pursuant to Arkansas law, I move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees.
Second.
Okay. We're getting ready to do the superintendent's evaluation next month, and so we're going to go over the last one and then be done. I think that's what's going to happen here. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. We're in executive.
Let's see.
I feel real protective over my fowls now. Birds,
All right,
the cats, all the Haitians that are.
let's bring us back. We back? Okay, we are out of executive session where no action was taken, no decisions were reached. We have nothing to report other than that in October, we will be doing the superintendent's evaluation as we did last October. With that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Mr. Keller's made the motion. Mr. Thomas has seconded. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.